Meanwhile, shares of Palantir are up almost 27% on track for their biggest jump since February 2024. A big raise to the outlook, both on the top and bottom line for this year. Lots of strength in the commercial business in the United States. In fact, most of the growth coming from the United States. Internationally, a little slower at 3%. But there's a lot of potential here for Palantir, and the market very excited about it. Let's talk about hedge funds. Last month's AI sell-off has hit another tech-focused hedge fund. Cozy Management's fund plunged over 8% in July. It's worth monthly.
Order filled.
The fund remains up.
Order cancelled.
Year to date, according to the source. Let's get more on what's right now. The impact from the latest hedge fund report by Henry Palmer. What happened in July? AI and chip stocks sold off pretty heavily. Is that the story here?
Yes, exactly. It's a concentrated AI bet. Cozy has
Order cancelled.
on the sector, and
Order filled.
Biggest holdings in the trade have worked against it. You're seeing huge declines on Taiwan Semiconductor, GE Vernova,
Order filled.
and Applied Materials. Some of them sinking as much as 29%. So this is part of what pulled down the fund's performance to the worst performance in over a year for the month. But yes, as you mentioned earlier, the fund is still up 14% on the year.
The font thesis is that there is a super cycle in AI coming. Any deviation from that after July?
I can't imagine that he would have changed his perspective, which he's held on to for quite some time. He has experienced volatility earlier this year. They were down 5% in March, given the tumult in the Middle East. They also posted a return in May, its best return in like 25 years, when they gained 14% in that month alone. So it's been a roller coaster for investors in this fund, but you do know what you're getting when you invest in Cozy. And it is this sort of long-held vision that the future will be AI-driven, that there is this super cycle to come. And I can't imagine that this one month would have changed his perspective. Who knows, he may have bought the dip as well.
Right, let's go back to the year-to-date gain, 14.3%. Like, where does Cozy sit in the sort of group of other hedge funds that you've been able to track?
Yeah, good question. So when we look at the spread of the sector, we have Tiger Global,
Order cancelled.
Viking, Lone Pine. We call these firms the Tiger Cubs because they came from Julian Robinson's Tiger Management and spawned their own firms. And so when you look at, say, there is some divergence, right? Viking Global, for example, a lot more cautious on the AI sector, really pulling back their shares, not as exposed. That would have helped them in a month like last month. But they've also said that that's meant some missing out on some gains that other firms have really taken advantage of, like Cozy,
Order filled.
like Tiger Global, and to some extent, like Lone Pine.
The conversation for another day, but I also point out Cozy a lot on the cap table with some private rounds of private companies too. Henry Palmer, great job. Thank you very much.
Order filled. Order cancelled.
After the bell today, AMD,
Order filled.
SpaceX, its first quarterly earnings as a public
Order filled.
company, and first call, a real big focus on Elon Musk and whether the question of a SpaceX Tesla merger gets posed. Also Paramount, and then tomorrow Uber and Disney are ones that we're watching as well. It is a section that's kind of been dominated by Palantir's earnings, but basically stocks at all-time highs in the S&P 500. Technology is leading the way. How does earnings impact that? So much recap on the pod. You know where to find it on the Bloomberg platforms, as well as online on Apple, iHeart, and on Spotify. Let's keep it going. This is Bloomberg Tech.
Order cancelled.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Good morning. This is Business Savannah. Welcome back to A Week Trade. What's shocking that is the crazy.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
You're watching Bloomberg Deals. Welcome to Bloomberg this weekend. This is Bloomberg Television. It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. Bloomberg The China Show brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China.
More, we can use the market more. This fall, I think we caught a little sweet spot.
Massive savings right now.
It's already a different game.
Bloomberg The China Show. Weekdays at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
We're at the epicenter of a global realignment on a scale not seen for decades. At the intersection between markets, economics, and geopolitics, a forum for sophisticated conversation. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
In case you missed it, on Bloomberg Surveillance.
The journalists have got to ask, can this really continue? At this rate,
We see our data, the consumers will spend. The consumers spend in America. That means the economy's okay, and that probably means the rest of the markets are in the construct and the final beginning.
Where are
fucking
potential
go.
that could potentially stymie some of the pipeline?
People are borrowing because they see opportunity. Whether it's equipment buying, whether it's hiring, whether it's building a plant, whether it's inventory buildup.
Don't miss Bloomberg Surveillance live every weekday.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Tyler Kendall in Geneva, Switzerland.
Order filled.
This is Bloomberg.
Live from Bloomberg's World Headquarters in New York, I'm Scarlett Joe.
and I'm Tim Satterwhite. Welcome to Bloomberg Crypto. To look at the people, transactions, and technology shaping the world. Centralized finance.
Here is what's at stake today. Bitcoin stays in a tight trading range as the Clarity Act remains stalled in the Senate and institutional adoption looks healthy.
We're going to discuss both of those angles with former CFTC Commissioner Summer Mersinger and the CEO of Wintermute, Evgeny Gaivor.
And a hack targeting so-called core Bitcoin wallets, raising new questions about just how secure crypto's safest for adoption really is.
That's all ahead over the next hour right here on Bloomberg Crypto. But you got to just get a lay of the land, see where things stand on this. Investors are balancing that resilient institutional debt. We're going to talk about it in just a second. Against those geopolitical tensions and higher treasury yields. Over the last 7 days, we did see a range of as high as over $65,000 for Bitcoin, as low as just around
Order filled.
$60,300 per Bitcoin. But
Order cancelled.
Also on their radar, regulatory developments when it comes to the Clarity Act. It's stalled in the Senate, Scarlett.
It's stalled in the Senate. It's been that way for a bit now. Meanwhile, Bitcoin's 14% slide in the second quarter left its mark on the Trump family-backed crypto miner. The company, American Bitcoin, posted a third straight quarterly loss of $57 million.
Order filled.
American Bitcoin has been one of the few public companies
Order
so
cancelled.
focused on mining their token, even as much of the industry has pivoted to AI-powered infrastructure. Now, institutional players are becoming a bigger part of the blockchain story. On Bloomberg Crypto last week, we spoke with Coinbase Vice Chair and Head of Corporate Affairs, Ryan Dengraft. He gave us his big picture take on the future of the industry.
We see the entire financial industry as both partners and potentially competitors, because at the end of the day, the future of finance is going to run on crypto rails, and Coinbase has been a leader in that regard. So we see an inevitable convergence between traditional finance and crypto, so that a couple of years from now, even your questions are not going to be identifying this dichotomy within the industry, but rather talking about how every modern financial institution is embracing the efficiencies and benefits that crypto provides.
So increasingly TradFi and DeFi meeting in the middle. There's also evidence to support greater institutional participation in crypto markets. The market making firm Wintermute just released its annual report on OTC flows, and it shows trades from institutions surging, rising to 72% of OTC trades through Wintermute in the first half of the year. Wintermute founder and CEO Evgeny Gaivor joins us now from London. Evgeny, always good to check in with you. Explain why you're seeing this increase in demand at a time when we're seeing, well, I think it's fair to say, a crypto winter.
I think it's ultimately multiple angles to that. On one hand, you see a lot of interest from institutional players to basically generate yield, which on one hand drives the volumes up, but on the other hand, well, you did mention this tight trading range. It definitely compresses the vol as well. So what also you see across charts is that when volatility, basically generalized volatility in Bitcoin dropped like almost half for the last 6 months, and it's partly has to basically partially has to do with a lot of these institutional players using yield generating strategies using options, but also upside and downside.
We talked about institutional investors now accounting for 72% of OTC flows in the first half. I'm wondering how that evolved over the past year. October 2025 was certainly a turning point in turning retail in participation off. So talk about what the institutional participation looked like from that point on.
I think basically our data shows that institutional participation kept growing for the past basically 12, 13, 24 months. But especially after October last year, after this basically big wipeout of retail participation, it just was it basically accelerated even more.
I want to talk about what exactly you're seeing.
Order filled. Order cancelled.
Should fucking do. And understand sort of the narrow set of tokens and what exactly
Order filled.
is flowing through your platform.
Order filled.
Crypto's not a monolith here, but it brings together a lot of different altcoins. And I think a lot of the interest in some of those altcoins has been lost, and it's really just a handful that account for the majority of activity. Break it down for us again.
What we see for the last 2 years pretty much is that if you look at the investable universe for institutions specifically, we see
Order filled.
It basically increased by something like 24% over 2 years. So it's a very moderate increase if you think about like number of tokens that was released into the market over the last years. It's very modest. So it basically shows you that institutions are very focused on their approach. They're very selective in the way they want to trade, and they're not really keen on expanding their tradable universe as much as retail does, for example.
I want to just zero in on Bitcoin's price action for a moment, because your report notes that Bitcoin gained 11% over last month, but could not reclaim that $70,000 level, while Ethereum was up 22%. Retail, we know, has kind of shifted its attention away from crypto and is pretty much obsessed with the equities at this point. You've written that the asset class is maturing, whatever recent price action suggests. So what are institutional clients actually buying on your desk right now, and why are they buying those particular tokens?
It's ultimately what we see in top 10, top 20 is also basically seeing Bitcoin, Solana to a degree are definitely dominating the volumes on our sites. We do see interest in like more equity-like, for lack of a better word, tokens like Hyperliquid, more for our like those things are very interesting. And basically it speaks to, again, on one hand, institutions being a lot more selective. On the other
Order
hand,
cancelled.
you see a lot of decoupling of price actions of tokens as well from Bitcoin.
Order cancelled.
As well, because once institutions drive those, like basically most of the price action is driven by institutions at this stage, and then those tokens, which is very interesting.
In your view, does that remain resilient going forward? Like, is there still a lot of opportunity?
Order
for
cancelled.
Institutional adoption. Where are we? If we're thinking about this as like, I don't know, maybe a 9-inning baseball game.
I would say one big catalyst that we are currently lacking is the Clarity Act for sure, and in our opinion, it's basically priced in to fail this year, and it's potentially priced in to fail even with this administration as well. And so, if it passes, it should be potentially like the biggest catalyst possible for not just for Bitcoin but for alts as well.
What if it doesn't pass?
Well, like I said, I think it's already priced in. So I don't say we will see a lot worse conditions that are currently.
All right, Winter League CEO Evgeny Gregor says it's priced to fail at this point. We'll see what others think as well. Thank you so much. Coming up, the Senate still unclear about the Clarity Act. Summer Mercier, Blockchain Association CEO and former CFTC Commissioner. Commissioner joins us to discuss the path that she sees ahead for the bill.
And to access all the latest data and news on crypto, check out COI Can Go on the terminal. This is Bloomberg.
This looks shit. That's fucking.
On Bloomberg. Under the Gulf War that's getting worse, under an oil price that's at $90 a barrel, any sign that this shows that consumers are starting to get a little bit more cautious again?
It's a very complex economy, it's a very complex world, but we have more visibility than others with the backlog we have.
We're ramping up production across many of our product lines. Markets are very strong. So our backlog is very, very strong. So our story is really focusing on executing that backlog. We're on a multi-year ramp, both with our commercial customers and in defense. Right, we're sold out into the early 2030s. We have a one-stop force on a multi-year basis. We have to provide our customers and governments with means of facing those threats. And these means have to need to expand our capacity to get out to both speed as well as integrated, interoperable allied capabilities, which will help all our nations get safer.
The news that matters is on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Order cancelled.
The crypto industry's profile in politics has risen, especially during President Trump's second
Order
term in office,
cancelled.
but that doesn't guarantee immediate passage of the Clarity Act, which is intended to establish regulatory jurisdiction for Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies. Romain Bostic spoke with Dan Dolev of Musical about his timeline for the legislation.
Order filled.
Bitcoin, which is highly correlated with Clarity Act, we think that's off the table this year. It's off the table.
Order cancelled.
Working on this right now, and it's something
Order
that
filled.
needs to happen, this year.
Order filled.
Tom Tillis and Ruben Gallego are leading
Order
a
cancelled.
bipartisan group to work on a solution giving states a role in enforcing the Clarity Act's ethics provisions. Joining us for more in Washington is Summer Mercer, Blockchain Association CEO, and of course former CFTC commissioner. Summer, great to speak with you. There are a couple of things that are kind of delaying the Clarity Act, but from where you sit, is ethics the single biggest obstacle to the Senate passing the Clarity Act?
I think we're getting there in ethics. We seem to be on the kind of the 10-yard line here. The right players are working on it. They've had good discussions, good negotiations, and I think that we are headed in a direction where we're going to get a good vote.
Fuck's sake,
As
man.
you mentioned, you said ethics are the elephant in the room blocking the Clarity Act. You've also said that the industry isn't trying to dictate ethics provisions and what they should look like. The president, we should know, disclosed a $1.4 billion personal crypto income scattered around the world. Financial, plus a meme coin. Democrats will not vote without these new guardrails. Can the industry really afford to stay neutral on ethics when ethics could be the thing that kills it?
I think that it's up to the government officials. This is an ethics agreement that will impact all of the elected officials, and so that's something that they need to work out together. Again, the right people are having the right conversations, and so we're headed in a good direction. And from crypto side, we just really encourage them to keep talking so that we can get this across the finish line.
But what, from an ethics perspective, what gets it across the finish line? Like, who has to give here?
I think the two senators, Tillis and Gallego, where it sounds like they're headed probably is the right direction. And, at the end of the day, we are still waiting for Democrats to say that they support
Order
this bill,
cancelled.
and I'm hopeful that this is what gets them to yes.
I wonder also about the context.
Order cancelled.
Cryptocurrencies have been mired in a slump. People call it crypto winter. If Bitcoin were trading above 100,000 rather than holding at around 16,000, do you think there would be more urgency for both Democrats and Republicans to reach some kind of compromise? Because right now, both sides probably feel that they have time on their side to press their cases.
I think what both sides recognize is the status quo is not working, that they have to get something done. And the longer it takes to get something done, the longer we are without certain customer protections, without law enforcement tools. And so I think there's this recognition that, we need to get something done sooner rather than later. The status quo is not going to work in the long term. And, the opportunity is now, let's take advantage of it.
You say that something needs to get done for consumers, those who either invested or trade crypto or are trying to move on chain. What's in it for them? How is Clarity Act going to change how they proceed, how they move forward?
Yeah, so there's a number of disclosures. Disclosure regime that does not exist right now will be in place. You will also have regulators overseeing these markets, and that means you're going to have people in there examining them, making sure they know where the money is. Right now, you don't have requirements for customer fund segregation, so there's no protection from bankruptcy. This is something that the bill will do, is ensure that customer funds are kept safely and remote from any bankruptcy proceedings. So there's a lot in this bill that makes it a strong customer protection law.
In a previous lifetime, you were a longtime senior advisor to Senate Majority Leader John Thune. Can your relationship with him, with his office, get this across the finish line?
We're both from small towns in South Dakota. And
Order cancelled.
What he would say and what I would say is independent thinking is in our blood. So I have no illusions that, my voice is going to be what makes him come to a conclusion. He's working closely with his caucus, with the minority leader, and all of the other kind of issues that are out there are playing together as far as timing. But yeah, he's an independent thinker, and that's part of the reason I enjoy working for him, is that he does things the right way in his own, with his own reasoning.
Have you spoken to him about this?
I have spoken to some of his staff. We keep in close contact with them. Mostly it's kind of coordinating. The Blockchain Association has done a ton of grassroots work in the last month. We've had hundreds of meetings in the Senate. We created a new website called clarityforamerica.com, and that's where you can go and send unique constituent letters to senators. So making sure they know the efforts that we are putting in, where we see maybe offices that have questions that need to be clarified. It really is, we're working hand in hand to get this done.
And before we let you go, Summer, I just want to get a sense again of, based on your years of experience in Washington, understanding the legislative calendar, explain to us why this is kind of the last window of opportunity for the Senate to move forward with Clarity Act. Because if it doesn't get it done before the recess, then what does the calendar look like in the fall and post-midterm elections?
Yeah, I think this is an ideal time. A lot of times, in my experience, the Senate does perform best when there are timelines in place, when there's a deadline of some sort, and I think we're facing that right now with the upcoming August recess. And, things just get harder around midterm elections. Things are really hard to do in lame duck sessions, so I'm not saying it's impossible, but, right now the timing is right. We're so close, and, given my years of experience in the Senate and on Capitol Hill, I think we're going to get there.
When?
Order cancelled.
By the end of the week, I think we'll at least have some kind of closer vote, at least to see where, to see where everyone is, to see if we can, move ahead with the bill. There might be a break in between when you get cloture on the motion to proceed and when
Order
you
cancelled.
actually have final passage.
Order
And that's okay,
cancelled.
because crypto's not going to go away. We're going to keep pushing on this. We're going to stay on the hill. We're going to keep having these conversations, sending these letters, and making sure that no one forgets that this is critically important to their crypto voters in the United States.
Summer Mersing, our Blockchain Association CEO, also former CFTC commissioner, joining us from Washington. Well, coming up, the big story of the weekend, an ongoing hack of cold Bitcoin wallets has the crypto industry on edge, with more than $100 million worth of Bitcoin already stolen. That's next. This is Bloomberg.
My old mentor, Roger Staubach, who told me when I
Order cancelled.
football will never leave you, but you need to leave it.
Wow.
Everyone has a dream, and a lot of dreams are, like my dreams play football, play professional football. You get the dream comes true, but it is going to end. And the day it ends, the day before it ends, you're one of the best in the world. Great. The next day you wake up, that's gone. What are you great at? And the truth is, nothing, right? I'm not great at anything else.
I talk about it all the time, Steve, is this whole idea of
Order
it's not
cancelled.
house, it's penthouse. And what I mean by that is you played for 15, 20 years and you're in the penthouse. It doesn't mean that you come to the business world and you're going to be in the penthouse. Now, you don't start on the third floor or the lobby. You actually have to start in the basement.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Joanna Versace in El Hola, Saudi Arabia, and this is Bloomberg. I'm Nora Melinda. Let's take a look at your midday movers. First up, U.S. stocks are on track for record highs as investors grow more optimistic that a deal between the U.S. and Iran is within reach. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said an agreement to reopen the Strait of Hormuz could come as soon as today or tomorrow. Now among individual movers, Caterpillar crushed second quarter expectations. Shares are climbing after beating on both profit and revenue. Turns out Caterpillar is benefiting from the AI boom too, with strong demand for the power equipment used in data centers. Meanwhile, to the downside, Ford is falling after July vehicle sales dropped more than 10% from a year ago, while EV sales plunged nearly 75%. And finally, turning to crypto, Cipher Digital is lower after second quarter revenue missed expectations as Bitcoin mining revenue declined. Those are your midday movers. I'm Nora Melinda.
Hackers have found a way to steal more than
Order
$100
filled.
million worth of Bitcoin.
Order cancelled. Order filled.
Which means it isn't connected to the internet. Bloomberg's Lauren Tara-Lacapra reported on this, and she joins us here in New York. How did this happen? I mean, I was reading about one of the victims here. He said his part of the system was in like a safety deposit box at a bank.
Yeah, and people have the perception that if you have a cold wallet, that it's secure, and I think this has kind of upended that impression. There was a security flaw in CoinKite's system that someone, it seems, might have even hacked into it all the way back in April times. They were complaining about their accounts getting drained, and so they have a whole mess on their hands now.
And do most people storage place, or do they kind of diversify and spread it out, kind of the way that people spread out their deposits at banks?
Yeah, I think it just depends on the person. There were some very sympathetic, harrowing stories of one guy was saying he bought 2 Bitcoin for his children's future. Another lost all of his savings because he just had it there. But I'm sure some of the users have it in different places too.
Can we draw any sort of corollary, like if this were to happen to somebody at a bank and their account were somehow compromised at one of the regulated financial institution, would there be better recourse than if it's lost in Bitcoin?
Certainly, yeah. I mean, that's going to be a big question that we still don't have an answer to. Is what are the repercussions for CoinKite, if any? Is there going to be litigation? Is there going to be any enforcement action? But in terms of the money, it was kind of like you don't have the same FDIC insurance and things like that.
Yeah, I'm guessing CoinKite doesn't pay anyone to insure the deposits there.
Yeah.
What do you know about CoinKite, the company?
Not a whole lot. It's a small company. It's based in Toronto, I believe. There was some commentary online by upset users about the CEO saying that he was not, aware enough about the flaws. I'm sure that we'll find out more about them in the coming days. I mean, our team certainly is trying to get in touch with people there, but I think they're like heads down trying to get their arms around the problem.
So I think for a lot of people, a system where something's in cold storage is seen as a lot safer than a system where something completely lives online, maybe in exchange. For example, does this just shatter that notion?
I mean, I would say so, yeah, because it's exactly like what you're saying. People have this perception that it's safe because it's on like a physical brick.
Look, you're not going to give financial advice about people, how people should store their crypto, but based on the folks you've spoken to and your team out reporting on this, what is the right way to store a digital asset?
You've seen some of the exchange executives come out and say that their way is better. And then you've seen some people come out and say, this doesn't ruin cold wallets. This is one bad example. It doesn't ruin the whole bunch. But I think time will tell if there are more acts like this. Because they're not the only one that provides that device,
Right, and there have been a series of hacks too, perhaps not as many given that Bitcoin's price action has not been as robust as it was in previous years. But Eric Balchunas of Bloomberg Intelligence has been writing that the cold storage Bitcoin heist definitely shakes the faithful and strengthens the ETF case where you get exposure to Bitcoin through ETFs rather through actual, I don't want to say physical Bitcoin, but through owning Bitcoin and putting it in cold storage wallets.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, you could see the argument for that, right? If you had the ETF and not the actual underlying asset, you might not be in such a bad situation. So it's a good time for Eric to be writing about it.
Do we know that, we can, not we, but this type of asset can be traced? And I'm wondering if the authorities...
Isn't that the point of the blockchain?
It is. I mean, and I'm wondering if authorities have any sort of, not leads about who has it, but at least where it went.
Yeah, I mean, this is already, there are a lot of technical analysts going out there trying to scour, the CoinKite application and the flaws and who, it's like a big whodunit in crypto world, right? No one knows who the original hacker was, but now there's more than a dozen that have been identified. And, they're just identities. You don't know their name or anything. So I think there will be more to cover in the coming days.
Okay, still a lot to unravel then. Lauren
Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Cost assets, including cryptocurrency.
Well, coming up next, tokenization of traditional assets. It's gaining momentum. But Ophelia Snyder, the co-founder of 21 Shares, warns that the hype surrounding tokenization are outpacing the reality. This is Bloomberg Crypto.
Order cancelled.
values or like moral system. Instead, it's based in building an AI that will be completely honest and humble about what it knows and doesn't know. Once you have something like this, you can ask questions about particular preferences that you or I or a particular company or government has about what is acceptable, what is not acceptable. Because if you build an AI that embodies a particular set of moral values, well, maybe different people have different views of what is good and bad in different countries and so on. The preferences in different countries are also. So that's one reason why it would be better if
Order
this
filled.
we can do at runtime to ask, is this action going to violate these instructions? And also, honesty is super important. I wouldn't want an AI that
Order
decides
cancelled.
lie to me for my good sake according to the AI. I like a future where humans remain in charge, especially about moral choices and societal choices. We have a tool for this. It's called democracy.
Order cancelled.
Wall Street. Welcome to Balance of Power.
You're watching Bloomberg Deal. Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. This is Bloomberg Television.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Haslinda Allen in Mumbai. This is Bloomberg.
Bev, you okay?
Order cancelled.
Well, I sent a message to Paul. Yeah, I told him, I don't understand why they closed the thing when we haven't discussed everything yet, for the Devi,
Order cancelled.
because I told him it's quite expensive for us. I said to him, but you sent him a message to discuss the points, right? Okay. So I said to him, I don't know if he understood. I said to him that Fred is waiting for your call when you're free. I said to him. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Uh-huh. Okay. Okay.
Order filled. Order cancelled.
Okay. Okay, baby. Bye. Bye. Bye.
When you select a partner, whether you real
Hey Siri, are you here? So, Whatever. Scheglie déjà fait. E vai, ci devi fare. whatever, whatever. Oh, oh my God, Holly, I totally missed another plus 131 point move on the US. It's plus 1.73%, and it's still going up. It's absolutely crazy. What is going on? Why is it going like that? This is utterly mad. And should I buy puts for next week? I feel like I need to do it. So how can I join the long then? How can I join the long? There's AMD earnings tonight and SPX as well. I'm having a severe FOMO right now. Holly, do you know where we are? We are now on 776275. No, we are now on $7,763 on the ES price. Holly, you are wrong. I am on the ESU contract. I am on the ESU contract, and I'm telling you, it's 7,765.75. It's just topped out. Fucking hell. Holly, no, you are wrong. Honestly, the SPY is at 770.77 right now. I think you're reading it wrong. We are on Aug4, 2026. It's 7:06 p.m. in Paris. I'm absolutely sure of the price. I'm staring at it. I have both, Holly. I'm staring at them both. The SPY is 770.93 right now, and the ES is 7,762 as I'm talking. I have the Dome, I have the IBKR, I have Trading View even. So I don't know how I can be wrong. I think you're wrong. Right then. So, Holly, I'm right. So now based on these prices, on these skyrocketing prices, what to do and how to join it. I'm just gonna let it rest for now because my head is a little bit all over the place. So I'm letting it go, and then I'll come back later.
C'est dans les coulisses que je vais retrouver Jasmine pour la préparation du champagne. Alors, c'est ton endroit ici. C'est là que la magie opère. Il est l'heure de préparer quelques champagnes. On commence par 250 g de beurre à température ambiante. Il faut qu'il soit bleu.
Retrieve or to flush out. Yeah, performer duty. Their duty is to flush game, find game, retrieve game. This is what the term goes about. To pick that back game. That's the idea. Yeah. But each individual breed will get to retrieve or to flush out performer duty. Yeah, performer duty. Their duty is to flush game, find game, retrieve game. This is what the term goes about. Yeah. But each individual breed will get to retrieve or to flush out. Yeah, performer duty. Their duty is to flush game, find game, retrieve game. This is what the term goes about. So pick that back game.
What is it you want to talk about, Michael? Baseball. Baseball. Don't worry about it. What are we sitting here, Michael? alkaa se. Yeah, we're friends, right? Please don't say anything to Sophie. Just let her see it. False.
Yeah. Ça va? You're relaxing aujourd'hui. Allez, recommande. Salut, welcome. You know, I spoke to you so about the Bolero about many times already, and to move the Pola so I can put the car inside. He keeps saying, yeah, 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 I'll help you, I'll help you. Every fucking time Pola is not here, oh my God, he's out even before 3:30. Gone. He's gone before 3:30. Everybody's gone when Pola is here. So early. Okay. But it doesn't matter when Kola is here, they don't finish until 5. It's not my thing. I'm just telling you, Fred. It's not my problem anyway. But so far, I'm just saying it's not my problem. Anyway, so I have asked already many times about the bullet to help me to open it and to carry the part. Not here. Okay, you know, tomorrow in the morning, you know what? I will park my car in here, so they have to park. I will park my car inside the house, so they have to carry the parking pots that they need. And then they close the things and not even to give me an option to put shit on the ground. Okay, so I'm sleeping on it. Anyway, yes. No, I already sent to go. No, I sent to go now because what the fuck? You know what the fuck? You know, he asked already Yusuf to do things, but we asked him. We asked the guy to. You asked him to call you, right? I'm gonna send you what I sent you. Oh, because I'm hot like. I'm so freaking annoyed. You know, I don't have this communication, and Yusuf is the only one communicating with me. He doesn't listen to me. He listens and he interprets it the way he likes. It's his way. It's the way he is. He doesn't respect. He doesn't. Women have no opinion Simple as that, right? Yeah. He doesn't get it. Okay. Anyway, and then like the tumbler, he's gonna start tomorrow. He already came today. He's starting tomorrow. He came today. He went to pick up the tiles that were cut. I have to pay another 288 euro for the cutting of the tiles. Okay, ta 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 ta. Okay, okay, all right, okay. And then he started to tell me, oh, am I gonna do the dal because I need to schedule? I said I cannot schedule anything because already told you the price, and he said, yeah, I gave you the price of 35 euro. I said, maybe I told him, but then I cannot right now. I told him, I don't even have a flashing etanchite or anything. I cannot even tell you anyway. And it's like, because my 35 euro, he brought his wife, my 35 euro, I'm gonna do a good job. I know you're gonna do a good job. I'm just telling you, I am not ready to talk about this. I don't have anything to put in yet. You know what I mean? Yeah. I have a much, but I haven't paid half of it, Fred. It's like another 6,000 in it, plus the Le Parc is another 500, so it's like 6,500 plus him. I have another 4,000, so I'm thinking at 10,000 already just for the cartilage, and for him to post the cartilage piscine I need to pay another 10,000 at the moment. Okay, 10,000 just for that. So 10,000 for that, and I don't even have a calendar for the dancer pro, and I don't even have the menus that he put. So it's just all these little things, and it's like people are like, oh, this, that. No, you know what? No. But what we need to do is the return shipping. That's the thing from Poland. But I would like to understand what is the thing. You know what I mean? He went on holiday. I understand that. But don't be doing shit that I don't know. Like, you know what I mean? And Yusuf, he only freaking explained to me what he's gonna do after he's freaking done. Anyway, whatever. I need to sleep. I need to sleep, and you need to. It's not sleeping time yet. I need to lie down on the sofa because I need to lift my foot. It's painful today. Okay. 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 Bye. 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 Bye.
Okay, so guys, happy and healthy, coming to you live from Durham, North Carolina. As you can see, a lot of carbo diet today. These sliders are not part of the regimen, but I'm back home with my brother on a very important family trip. No. Well, go ahead. Say hi. Get the fuck out of here. Well, he has always been the shyer brother. Anyways, thank you guys so much for checking in, and I hope to be back soon with some good news. How many people watch that? Oh, it's a little over 100 every post. It's all about consistency and quantity. I mean, that's how you build the fall. You think people are this and that? Yeah, I mean, absolutely. There's people that are fans of the doc, true crime fans, and even people that don't like that are happy to see it doing well. What are you doing with it? Thanks, bud.
Are you reading God's book? Yeah. My therapist recommended reading it years ago. I just started. There's a lot to dissect in there, Mikey. I'm sure. You have a match. You want to see? Can you check it? Yeah. She's cute. Oh, yeah? Let me see. Why are you smiling? I don't know, you never said anything to me. You never asked. No one ever asked me. I would have told you. I just figured you didn't want to talk about it. It's the whole fucked up thing about our family, like, nobody ever really just talks about anything ever. Like, we haven't talked about my trip, about Germany. Yeah, we did. You said it was enlightening. Okay, yeah, but like, don't you want to know why? Jesus, Martha, why does everything have to be so serious? It's my birthday tomorrow. Can we just eat a bunch of candy and act like 15-year-olds who've never had a hotel room to themselves, please? I know. I want to celebrate this moment. Celebrate. Okay. I really haven't spoken since Thanksgiving. It's something really crazy. Yeah, same here. Alright. I wanted to say thank you for hosting us. Of course. It's happy to spend some time with Mike. I hope everyone got enough to eat. How's work? Is it any easier this week? Wow. And then they're sending me on this last minute trip to Toronto. Everything okay there? It's fine, yeah. Full steam ahead for Christmas. Not the doctor now. Just okay? Yeah, fine. Just, routine. Never be too careful. Are you doing okay? I was really worried after you left. Hey, why don't ditch the Toronto trip and you leave Ash with Mark and we get a flight to Pecos? What are you talking about? Yeah, or Aruba. I mean, we deserve it, right? Are you joking? Of course. Yeah, that's funny. All right, well, I'm gonna get out of it. Okay. Love talking, Ash. Yeah, thanks for calling. Bye.
coming. Happy, happy. Just hold tight and tell me you listen. While I'm alone and blue as can be, dream a little dream of me.
Time to go, Pierce. We'll transfer you to county for the hearing.
Do I take everything now? Do I come back?
How lucky do you feel?
All rise. Oyez, oyez, oyez. This honorable court for the county of Durham is now open and sitting for the dispatch of its business. The Honorable Judge Orlando Hudson presiding. God save the state and this honorable court.
Please be seated.
They finally came to their senses.
Feeling okay? Oh, sure. No more second thoughts. I made her on it. Jesus.
All right. Before we proceed, does the district attorney want to call it? Really want to make a statement?
Yes, Your Honor. Kathleen's family would like to be heard. I'd like to call Candace Lamborghini.
Morning.
Morning.
I'm Candace Zamperini, one of Kathleen's sisters. Not long after my sister's death, I went for the first time to meet with District Attorney Jim Harden. Inevitably, I didn't want to believe, obviously, I didn't want to believe that my sister had been murdered.
I was sure this was an accident. At that meeting, Jim Harden asked if I wanted to see the autopsy pictures and some crime scene photos. It was my Pandora's box. All the evils of my sister's death leaped into my eyes. The horrors of my sister's beating were shown. And because of you, my sister has been gone from this world for 10 years. 10 years ago today, she was murdered for 35 cuts, bruises, wounds, contusions. Yes, she was strangled. And the 7 death blows to the back of her head, causing her to bleed slowly to death. My sister has lied in her grave for 16 years. 10 years. Lori and I have been without our sister, and 10 years her daughter hasn't had her. You took the life of the one that provided for you and guided your children. She loved you guys. She loved you. Kathleen was the best thing you ever had. Michael Peterson was correctly charged, and he is pleading guilty today. The words Alfred plea, they're meaningless. Alfred, Alfred. Means nothing. Guilt. An innocent man doesn't plead guilty. A guilty one does. And that's why I'm asking you, Judge Hudson, today to immediately dismiss this retrial hearing. Please. Please. Do not give this killer a chance at freedom. Thank you, Your Honor.
Your words are very moving, Mrs. Amperi. Your sister's memory is not lost on this court. The court in its discretion will deny the motion to dismiss the hearing. The court is ready to proceed with the hearing for retrial.
Your Honor, I would like to call Evelyn Ivins.
I was specifically focused on Greg Taylor, who was wrongfully convicted, which led me to Dwayne Deaver and the inner workings of the North Carolina SBI.
What did you learn?
For years, the SBI has been engaging in unconstitutional behavior, hiding exculpatory evidence from the defense in order to ensure convictions for the state.
Thank you, Ms. Ivins. And why should we trust you?
Well, sir, I've written over 200 bloodstain reports and overseen 500 scenes.
No further questions, Your Honor. Have you had a chance to review all documents provided by the state related to Agent Dwayne Deaver's 20-year career? I did. Well over 100,000 pages. And you reviewed all of that? Unfortunately. Yeah. All right. How many cases were there in total in which Agent Deaver just observed bloodstains, either at the scene, at the SBI laboratory, or by looking at photos? Only 54. And how many of those cases did Agent Deaver provide a bloodstain pattern analysis opinion? 36, not 200. Not 200. How many cases were there in which Agent Deaver actually performed tests or experiments before the Peterson case? 3. Only 3. Mr. Jarrett, someone claims that they've worked on hundreds of cases over a 20-year career, but actually only worked on less than 5. What would you call that? Lying. Objection, Your Honor. That is a lie.
Sustained.
Today marks the 10-year anniversary of Kathleen's death. 10 years ago, Michael and Kathleen Peterson enjoyed a night in with a movie from Blockbusters, America's Sweethearts. After she finished with a work call, they decided to go out by the pool with a bottle of wine. They talked about the kids, Christmas. They were looking towards the future. Then she said goodnight. Michael stayed out by the pool. And when he came back in later, he found his wife, the love of his life, barely breathing at the bottom of the steps from a fall. A tragic accident. But in large part because of Dwayne Deaver, the DA convinced the jury that this was murder. And what we know now is that Deaver had a habit of preparing misleading reports and presenting misleading testimony under oath. We never asked for a perfect trial. But we at least deserved a fair one. I'm therefore going to ask the court at this time to grant Michael Peterson a new trial at which the evidence can be presented in a fair and unbiased way. Then let a jury of 12 sort it out. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. With the defendants in your eyes, do you understand, sir, that you do have the right to plead not guilty and have a jury trial? Yes. Mr. Peterson, you're pleading guilty pursuant to North Carolina versus Alford case of voluntary manslaughter. You understand, sir? Yes. Has Mr. Peterson proven that Dwayne Deaver misled this court? The answer to that question is yes. Has Mr. Peterson proven that Dwayne Deavers misled the jury on the validity of his argument? The answer to that question is yes. Was Deavers' misleading testimony critical and material to the conviction of Mr. Peterson? The answer to that question is yes. All right. Do you understand that when you enter a plea of offering, the court will treat you as though you're guilty for the purpose of sentencing? Yes. So, Mr. Peterson, to the charge of voluntary manslaughter in the death of Kathleen Peterson, how do you plead? Guilty. I plead guilty. Court finds that the defendant will receive a new trial at a time that the state deems fit. The court will begin the process of releasing Mr. Peterson immediately. The court finds that Mr. Peterson has fulfilled his obligation pursuant to the Alford plea and has no further obligations to the state of North Carolina. You're free to go. Court dismissed. You have a 10 p.m. curfew that will be strictly locked. No, I had enough time.
Absolutely not. No, I'm okay. Thank you. So, gold man, where do you want to go celebrate? Clay, let's go to Amalfi. I feel like we need an enormous, obscene bowl of spaghetti and meatballs. We get on this?
Amalfi, this is Jessica. May I help you?
Yeah, I need to make a reservation for a large group, 12 for the night.
Certainly. What's the name?
It's for Michael Peterson.
Michael Peterson, Michael Peterson?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Just a moment. Please hold.
Hello. Are you calling about Michael Peterson?
Yeah. We used to go there all the time.
Yes. Well, the thing is, we don't see convicted killers. Thank you.
In 2011, Michael Peterson was granted a retrial and released from prison based on a technicality.
We good? Amalfi can't take us to too big of a party. How does everyone feel about Baja Palace?
Peterson remained out of prison for the last 6 years awaiting a retrial, but the negotiations between the state and the defense ended in a stalemate with both sides conceding that a retrial could be difficult. Today, Michael Peterson entered an Alford plea, thus ending the 16-year saga of the state versus Michael Ivor Peterson. Tune in later tonight for my sit-down interview with Michael Peterson himself.
You want me to keep going?
Sorry, can you? Yeah, of course. I'll get it.
Don't be afraid to possess the space that you need to express these feelings. You're safe here. This is a safe space.
You okay?
Yeah. Let's get back to it.
What was the worst part? Do we have to show my face? Of course not. Whatever makes you comfortable.
Hey guys, Todd here. Every day I wake up just so grateful. Grateful to be alive and to be healthy and to be talking to you guys. I know last week I was a bit confused in anticipation of today. A lot of you guys reached out to me to check in to see if I was okay, and that meant the world to me.
I don't know, Candy. I feel nothing now. Something maybe is wrong with him because I still feel pissed. I waited 6 years for a retrial. You have to let it go. You know. I know. Something was wrong with him. Why didn't you say anything to cuff me? Polite. We couldn't tell our sister to leave her husband because we thought that he was an arrogant jerk. No. It was more than that. I had this feeling. You can't stop fate. Kathleen died the day that you met her. What are you thinking about?
Listen, Arabelle. I don't think you know how I can afford any repertoire.
Well, honey, we can afford pasta. God bless you.
Shall we say something? No.
No, just do nothing to hide.
What would you like?
Well,
Heard a new jolt?
fine. Bake for me.
Sure. I have no food in the center.
More of the steak eaters. Excuse me. I'll get a double tequila. Hey, please, sir.
Dad, I have a surprise.
It's a silly cup that Kathleen bought.
I hid it so it wouldn't get sold.
Well, who won it?
Dad,
No, please, no. Please, don't start with me.
okay. Sophie, thank you for being there for our dad and for fighting for him. You never gave up. And I don't think my dad would be here if it weren't for you. To Sophie. To Sophie. To Sophie. Did you pass it? It's your turn. To Margaret. No, you pick someone else. Okay. To Martha. Well, from the first footage that Jean sent to Paris, I knew you were bright and sensitive. It wasn't easy with the cameras in your face all the time, but you had courage. So thank you for letting us into your life. To Martha. Martha. And know, all of you, that Paris is your second home. Great. Thank you. It's just don't come all together. Thank you. Patty, thank you for your kindness. What I've learned about just empathy and understanding from you has to my eldest, a husband, a father in his own right, and a hero to his own father all these years. How you turned your life around. And I wasn't going to tell you yet, but I have decided to relocate to Durham, to be closer to you, Michael, and to everyone here.
To my brother, my best friend, I'm inspired by you and all the people that you've been reaching with your videos. Sorry. Another one, please.
Sorry, cool.
That's it. Todd. Yeah.
So, Dad. Welcome home. We missed you. Made me the man I am today. Thank you. To Dad.
Dad.
Everybody. there's a moment. To see us. After all this time. Catherine. I need to go to the bathroom. I'll come with you. What am I, confident? I'm still pissing my own thing.
Oh my God.
Hey! Oh, hey, lovebirds. What you up to?
Oh, some delightful crap. What are you doing here?
I'm going to Nate's Christmas party with Christina. Thought I'd come and crash here.
Christina Thomason. She's engaged, right?
Yeah.
Just like your father.
Let's go to the kitchen.
Here we go.
All right.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the show. Welcome back to the office. Welcome back to a brand new day's worth of trade. We've got ourselves Tuesday, August 4th on the calendar. Who's 8 o'clock at o'clock? You guys know me. It's just time to get the job done. We'll do exactly that in today's episode and installation of the free market prep. So welcome all.
I mean, I recognize a lot of you, and there's the soldier, the father, the Renaissance man, and the nun.
Well, you know, Kathleen said the same thing. You know you're everyone in your books, right?
There's even that queer character. I just thought it was so honest. The moment he comes out is so painful. Like I finally understood what it must have been like for you to be a teenager back then.
Yeah. Which book was it?
The Bitter Peace?
Oh, not my best work.
There's so much to talk about, Dad.
All right. Who wants dessert? Yes.
Ooh, I'm in.
How about some sweets? Huh?
Da-da-da-da, birthday girl.
For everyone, huh? Okay.
Sweetheart, need some help with that?
No, I'm good. I will have the cheesecake.
Do the front orders cheesecake at a Mexican restaurant.
Okay, so someone else choose.
Oh, Margie the martyr. Don't be so dramatic. Just see, that's a
I
cheesecake.
don't even like cheesecake. I just picked it because it's what I thought everyone else would choose. So I'm sorry. I picked the wrong dessert. It's been a very emotional day for everybody. Anyway, there's no time for dessert. Curfew? That's all. Yeah.
Okay. He said it could be years for a retrial. What if they send me back? How am I going to survive? I'm broke.
Come here. Okay, sit here. We'll take care of you. And you're free right now. That's all that matters.
It's okay. So, glad you just drunk. You're drunk.
My dear boys, it has been a long, long day. How do you do, Mama? You need some sleep.
Oh shit, I forgot. I got your birthday stuff. I'm seeing her back.
What is it?
It's the view from our bedroom in Germany. We used to see that every morning when we were little. It just seemed so peaceful that I thought it would be a nice memory. I'm sorry. What?
You're the only one in this family who's actually trying to be honest. And I liked it. Not lied, but I kept something from you. Dad tried to separate us when we were kids. Keep you away, keep me. And I was so scared that if it got out, it would hurt him. And I wasn't thinking about you.
You weren't.
I'm sorry.
You don't need to protect me, you know, or anyone else, Archie. Not anymore.
Sweet.
She promised me. Well, we'll promise each other from here on out. Just live our own lives. Okay?
It's nice.
guts to do before we leave?
And we caught up with Michael days before the Aug4 plea. What have the years following your release been like?
Well, they've been good. I spent some time with my granddaughters and traveled about a bit. My ankle monitor off.
Get tired of watching yourself? Come on. Any part of watching you.
When an investigation against the FBI allowed Peterson's defense to argue that a key witness, FBI agents claimed to be perjured on the stand.
Did you pack it?
Well,
Good passport. Can't find it.
That is the best job. And now
I'm off. The last thing I ever wanted was to say the word. Where'd you put it?
huh? I didn't put it anywhere.
But I shouldn't. Because of the time I have left. And the risk of losing was too great.
you spent 8 years in prison. What was that like?
The experience of prison is possibly even more dehumanizing.
What's next to the bed?
So, I notice you're still wearing a wedding ring. Is she still a part of your life?
I think about Kathleen every day, all the time. I could be standing in the kitchen here and just walk through that door anymore.
Well, Jim, for now, it looks like Michael's content living a solitary life and being a grandfather.
Come on. Let's get to it.
You just give me a minute to catch my breath. Jesus.
What's wrong with you?
I'm just tired. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Maybe you want to go on tomorrow without me? I just come on my own.
Go to Bears without you?
Yeah.
No. I don't want that.
Well, I need a second. You know, this is all happening so fast. Too fast.
Too fast. Do you not want to go?
I'm just too tired to pack. I'll finish up packing here this week. Just relax. Enjoy the night. Just rush off.
We've been planning this for months, years.
So, what's another weekend?
If you don't want to move to Paris, that's fine. Just tell me.
It's not that I don't want to go. I'm just worried about leaving my kids, my grandkids. Well, they still need me here.
Your children, they don't need you anymore. Clearly. They didn't even come today.
I told them not to come.
You didn't have to tell them anything. You know, in that interview, they asked, what have you been doing since prison? You say, everything but being with me. What about me traveling with your family? What about me taking care of you? You keep saying this bullshit about Kathleen walking through the door. I walked through the door, not her.
Those people don't need to know my business. What do you care if I mention you?
I'm the editor, not you. Okay? I can edit me out if I want. You don't edit me.
So that's it. Huh? Control. You and Kathleen always trying to control everything.
Control. I've been taking care of you. Like Kathleen took care of you.
You always act like you know everything about me. I had a whole life before that documentary that you know nothing about.
Are you coming with me tomorrow?
No.
You wanted Paris. Paris, 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 Paris. I've given you everything I had. Everything! I built my life around you! For what? For what?
I don't want to be a woman anymore, okay? If that's so hard for you to understand, I'm done. I am fucking done.
Did you ever love me?
I don't know. It's okay. It's okay. What is it you want to talk about, Michael? Baseball. Baseball. Don't worry about the time. Why are we sitting here, Michael? I used to play baseball when I was 12. And one night, I was fantasizing about this girl, my neighbor's daughter, Melanie. And suddenly, he was there in that fantasy. And I was very confused by that. We played on the same ball team. Wait. Who was there? The shortstop. And at that moment, I realized that I had great attraction for females, but for guys also. And that was something I was going to have to hide. Did your parents? I know. One night, my father found us. Experimenting. And he got so mad. Violent. I remember sitting in our car outside the garage listening to the radio. Just me, my mother, Mahler's Fifth Symphony, and my black eye. After that, I knew it was easier to lie. Say, Daddy, is there something else you wanted to say? I always felt there was something you were holding back from the first round. I don't know what, but there was something. I was curious. I lied about Kathleen. She never knew. I never told her about that side. Now, in the beginning, when people ask, did she know about the men, I told them, of course she did. She knew me. And I hoped that would be enough. Then people ask again and again, so. But no, we never talked about it. I could never make the leap to say to her, this is who I am. To make that leap is very difficult. I didn't make the leap with Kathleen. I'm sure I felt guilty. But when you get away with something and you keep getting away with it, it becomes, oh, it's all right, you see. I wish I could have told her. I wonder what she would have said. She'd have made it right. Did you kill Kathleen? Kathleen's death was an accident.
Ce type, c'est un menteur. Ce Cléline m'a menti sur tout. Depuis le début, il a menti.
étant plus jeune. Je sais pas quand on s'est vu. Je sais pas. Mais je sais que tu seras plus heureux sans lui.
Jean, il n'a pas pu. Il n'aurait pas pu.
Hey Mark, I'm trying to get wrapped up to see you guys soon. I was thinking of driving down if the weather wasn't so bad and maybe seeing some friends on the way. But anyway, I can't wait to see you guys for Christmas. I really need a walk. I love you. Hey Kathleen, sorry to call so late, but we have to do a conference call tomorrow to get on the same page about Toronto before you fly out. A work call on the weekend. It sucks, I know, but I need to send you the presentation.
Hey, Helen. Shit, you're not sleeping, are you? Yeah, okay, so what is it? Oh, shit. I forgot my laptop at the office. Oh, I'm so out of it. You know what? Send it to Mike's email. Yeah, it's, Mike? Mike, what's your email?
What? Why?
Well, I need it for work.
Oh. Okay. It's mpwriter@gte.net.
mpwriter@gte.net. That's it. All right. Okay.
What was that about?
Oh, it was Helen.
Helen?
Frizzlinger. She works under me. There's a presentation I have to review. So I'm going to have to check on your email.
No. Okay.
Is that all right?
Of course. Don't worry. Just look it over in the morning. Let's relax. Enjoy the rest of the night.
Caitlin called.
Oh, yeah? What'd she say?
She's driving down for Christmas. She's bringing the baby. It's getting really chubby. You talk to Margie?
Well, not yet. I'll talk to her when she's back up.
You have to talk to her, Mike. You really upset her. You never even talked to her about a divorce. You can't put these things off.
I will.
Martha's doing better, at least. She's finally doing what she wants. She's got this dance recital tonight. Margie's there. They're together. The way they should be.
Really? I thought she was working. What she said. Why she couldn't make it.
You know she wasn't going to miss the show. They're all okay. You'll be okay too. Why didn't you tell me?
There was a moment where I knew who I was. But it was just a moment. far from that moment. Wasn't a lie. Just wasn't the whole thing. But why do people ever know each other, really? Most of it is just smoke and mirrors. People don't actually know who they're with. Hey, I try to help you guys now, but I guess everyone is pretty busy. So it turns out I'm not going to Paris. It's for the best. I know it's been a while, but maybe we can all get together. Miss you.
What? What?
They're ready for you out front, but if you need a moment,
Let's just go. Come in.
I know it can be hard being a woman in comedy or even just like a woman in general. So
Why are you being weird? Take that off. Can you get someone to wipe that stuff off the mirror? I don't know what that was.
okay. All right. Do you want a hug?
Okay.
Sure. Okay. All right. I love you.
What?
Good luck.
Thanks. I'm Mary Beth. Welcome to Galaxy Brain. This is the first Netflix special ever to be done completely in vocal fry. They're letting me do it in my native dialect. And they found such beautiful crisis actors. You'll all get your checks on the way out. What's your name? Victoria. And what's the main thing you do for work?
I'm a medical assistant at abortion.
Medical assistant at an abortion clinic? And what's your body count? Actually, why don't we all just say our body counts? I'm gonna count to 3 and we'll just say them, and I'll do it too. I hope no one's here on a first date. Or maybe that's good. So I'm gonna count to 3 and we're all just gonna say it. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay, some of you didn't say. Because I was like, I'm gonna count to 3, we're all gonna say our body counts, and then some of you said nothing. How do you think that makes Victoria feel? It's not a way to build community. And I won't forget it. I met with Netflix and they said that I have 3 minutes to win people over. The most amount of people that are going to click away from the special will do so in the first 3 minutes. Can you imagine if that happened in real life and most of you were gone already? Just like, I'm not really fucking with this. Let's go watch Emily in Paris. They said I had to be likable, accessible, and non-controversial for 3 minutes. It's like impossible. Everyone's so sensitive. Can't say anything these days. I couldn't get up here and be like, I believe in science, without pissing off half the country. So my pitch to Netflix, I'm gonna get up here, I'm gonna stand silently for 3 minutes. They said that won't work because then what if people start jerking off to a woman being quiet? And I was like, but I've noticed, and they were like, it doesn't matter. They said if people start jerking off and they come faster than 3 minutes, we've created the same problem. And I've literally never won someone over in 3 minutes because of how my face looks. I should have stayed blonde. I was blonde for 1 year and that was the most likable I've ever been. Completely different lifestyle. I did a TikTok dance because when you're blonde you have to do those. And I got a comment on the video that said, blonde Mary Beth is giving girl who would call me a slur freshman year of high school. But would want me as her GBF by senior year and I'm absolutely living for it. And blondes definitely have more fun because nothing is expected of them. Brunettes, we carry the weight of the world on our shoulders. We're expected to read, we're expected to vote. For 1 full year, no one thought I was going to do either of those things. I felt so free. And it definitely changed people's perception of me. Because if you see me brunette with a blowout, you're like, that's a bisexual stand-up comedian that lives in Brooklyn. First immediate thought. When I was blonde with a blowout, I looked like the proud mother of 3 sons. Macklin, Declan, and Brayden. And 1 daughter that I didn't really fuck with. And I lived in Texas, dog family football. I looked like an idiot. But I don't care about being smart. I don't care about being
smart because what's the point? Oppenheimer was smart. Look what happened to him. He still married a bitch. I don't know if you guys saw Oppenheimer. I saw it. I loved it. Won Best Picture. I guess a lot of people thought that Emily Blunt's character was unlikable. In a movie about the creator of the atomic bomb. Just had to add a woman. And I was blonde for a television show that I'm in called Overcompensating. And we filmed that in Toronto. So I lived in Toronto for 4 months last year. I'm going to move back there for 4 months this year. Toronto's cute. It's sort of like if they built New York City at Epcot. From far away, it looks like a real city, but if you knock on any of the building facades, it's hollow. And people say Canada's a lot safer because there's no guns, but I think things also don't work as well. So there's an airport in Toronto called Billy Bishop, which, that's not the name of an airport. Billy Bishop? That's Macklin Becklin and Braden's dad. That's my fake husband who I adore. But my siblings came to visit while we were filming, and when they were leaving, they were going to fly out of Billy Bishop. So they got there, they went to check in, and at the desk, they were like, so we're actually not flying today. We gave it some thought. There's no flights, but good luck. So now I think maybe a few guns would be helpful. Just keep people on their toes. And of course, I want to write more fun jokes about silly things, but it's really dark up here. I just think 9/11 happened when I was too young for my brain to develop properly. Because, okay, I was thinking about wordplay and how we need to ban it. I think it's gone too far. And I was trying to remember when I first had that thought. It was when I was in London. I was in a cab, and we drove past a bar that was called Jack the Chipper, which is a play on the name of serial killer / rapist Jack the Ripper. So that would be like if in 20 years I opened a bar called Jeffrey Pepstein's. With an adjoining bowling alley called Ghislaine's. See how quickly I can go from wordplay to sex trafficking? British people are going to hate that joke. They're going to be like, it's not chippa like happy, it's chippa because we call french fries chips. And it's like, well, I'm the one with the microphone, so. You have to always anticipate discourse. That's what I've learned from posting online. Some of the jokes I'm going to say tonight I could never post online, and I will point them out to you. It feels safer to put them on a global streaming platform because there's no comment section. And I've prepared a lot. I'm taking this very seriously because it's still very rare for women to get Netflix specials. I had to have sex with so many executives over there. I was worried when they were going to maybe acquire Warner Brothers. It's like I just had sex with all these Netflix guys and now I have to bounce on some brothers? How many are there? Most of my peers are men. Male comedians are some of the worst people that we have. Their personality disorder, it's narcissists with depression. Depressed, but also with narcissism. It's like, do you hate yourself or not? Figure it out and let me know. And all the comedians I loved growing up are either disgraced or racist or obsessed with trans people or D, all of the above. Ever since Katy Perry went to space, I have no heroes left. When a comedian is accused of sexual misconduct, I don't think they should be forced into retirement. They should tour more, if anything. Because then we know their whereabouts. What's worse than a sexual predator? A sexual predator with nothing but time. Like Chris D'Elia, he was accused of being a pedophile, so he took a year off, and in that year he had a baby. So now he has more access to kids than ever. There's going to be some tough concepts. Some comedians don't have tough concepts. I don't want kids, I decided. Yeah. I don't want kids because it's too big of an age difference. You're never going to like the same music and movies and stuff. I think it'd be hard to bridge that gap. Like, my friend from high school just had a baby. She's the first one from our little crew. And now there's like an 8-month-old boy in our group chat. just don't think I can be friends with someone who doesn't have their shit figured out. I don't want kids, but I would love to be 6 months pregnant for one day so I could wear overalls. Maybe paint an accent wall. And plop down on a big fluffy couch and drink an ice cold glass of lemonade. There's no husband in the fantasy. He passed away. Afghanistan. Not a soldier, he was there for a bachelor party. It was a fentanyl overdose. I did have a really scary thought the other day. Imagine having a kid if you didn't want one. Imagine having a kid if you didn't want one. Imagine having a lamp if you didn't want one. Like the lamp shows up at your house you didn't order. You're just like, what the fuck am I going to do with this lamp? Then you have to keep it in your house for 18 years. I have my hands full right now. I adopted a puppy. Her name is Pinky. She's a Chihuahua from Tijuana. She crossed the border to take the job from an American Chihuahua. She just has better work ethic. She is a dog and an immigrant. We keep her away from Christy Nome for 2 reasons. Thank you. I found a neurodivergent dog trainer for Pinky. I looked for one specifically because I didn't want it to be a hobby for them. I wanted it to be an obsession. So we're teaching her to bite. Now, I need her to be a good dog. I had a bad dog once before, and I cannot go through that again. Our family dog growing up, her name was Bailey. She was a Jack Russell Terrier, and she held our family hostage. She was a domestic terrorist. I think it was the Irish in her. And I'm not just saying she would bark at the vacuum. Bailey would actually bite car tires as people were pulling out of our driveway and pop holes in them. She was responsible for 17 flat tires and 3 car bombs. So I really need Pinky to be a good dog. She's doing pretty well. She's been pulling on the leash a bit when we're out on walks. So I called the trainer and I said, what should I do? And she said, well, some people put meat on a stick and they take it out on the walks with them to keep the dog engaged. And I was like, okay, so what should I do? I can't walk around Brooklyn with meat on a stick. I'm in a TV show. So I had to send her away to a week-long intensive training camp, and I was filling out the 90-minute onboarding survey where you answer questions about your dog. And one of the questions was like, has your dog ever bitten a human? If so, please rate the severity from 1 to 7. So 1 was it left a mark, but it didn't break the skin. 7 was the victim died. I was like, are you guys training killer dogs here? But I caught myself being judgmental because crime is a social issue. And I'm raising Pinky as an atheist, socialist, feminist. Sometimes I feel like I'm failing her. Because your dog is a reflection of you, and I'm really hard on myself. We had a very tough moment. We were at John F. Kennedy International Airport. We were going on vacation. It was 6 in the morning, and Pinky decided to take a shit in the automated revolving door. What do I mean by automated? It just keeps going. So we got there, it was so early, I was like, she doesn't have to go yet. As soon as we stepped inside this revolving door, she squatted and took a shit. It all happened so fast, there was nothing I could do, so when we walked out, I was panicking. I'm like, I need to tell someone, if I just leave this here, it will eat away at me for the rest of my life. And it's like, who do you tell something like that to at the airport? Everyone that works there now just like pushes wheelchairs. Can't tell the ticketing desk, they're so mean they'll scream at me. This isn't Canada, okay? They have guns. So my plan, I thought, the only appropriate thing to do after what just happened, I'm going to get on the plane and I'm going to blow it up. So I'll never be allowed back at JFK. So I went through security thinking that's what I was going to do. And then I saw these 2 women at the help desk at Terminal 4. They had very kind faces, and I just walked up to them and I said, something really bad just happened. And they said, glad I said my dog took a shit in the automated revolving door. Keep in mind, every second I'm waiting to tell someone about this, the shit's just going around and around and around. So I told him my dog took shit in the automated revolving door, but when she put her hand on my hand, she said, "It's going to be okay." We had a little laugh about it. She said, "We'll call upstairs, they'll stop the door, they'll clean it." And also, this has never happened before. And then I was feeling a little proud. And I looked down at Pinky and I said, "Well-behaved women rarely make history." Pinky's very inspiring to me. She's actually inspiring me to write a movie. It's a body swap comedy. And it's about a girl whose dog swaps bodies with her boyfriend. And not that much changes. And in fact, the relationship gets better. Because the dog finally teaches the woman what unconditional love is, and then the boyfriend kind of likes being a dog because then he gets to contribute to the household even less. So they decide not to swap back. And the movie's called Stay. But I'm going to set it in 2019. Everything I write from now on, I'm just going to set in 2019. So I don't have to address Ozempic. Because Ozempic really brings out the worst in me. Like, of course I'm happy it's available for people who need it as medicine. My dad was a doctor. I love medicine. I support pharma big and small. But as someone that had an eating disorder, I just don't think it's fair that now rich people get the benefits of a mental illness without actually having it. It's like no one wants to get off their ass and have an eating disorder anymore. So imagine if I posted that joke online. Someone discovered me through that joke. And I definitely wouldn't recommend getting an eating disorder. It's not worth it. Like, you save a lot of money, but you have all the same problems that you had before, and then on top of that, you're hungry. And I know that's resonating with like 4 girls in here. And hey, maybe one guy. It's 2026, guys can have them now. I think it's called intermittent fasting. I'm a comedian, but I give back. I'm also an actor. And with acting, it's a lot of auditioning, it's a lot of rejection, and that can affect your self-esteem. But sometimes you get an audition for something, and you're like, ooh, I hope I'm not right for that. They send you a description of the character. I got an audition once, the character's name was Sally, and the description said, sexy but thin trailer park meth addict type who's seen better days. Which means that casting saw my headshot, and they were like, this could be our girl. Trailer park meth addict type who's seen better days. It was actually pretty tame for a Ryan Murphy project. I was relieved I did not book that one. And then the show that I'm in, Overcompensating, is about college students, which is much more my speed at 34. And we filmed a few days on a college campus, which brought back a lot of memories. So who here went to college? Clap if you went to college. If you went in the US or Canada, you might remember on campus they had these emergency phones every 200 feet. These giant red poles with a blue light on top of them, and they were phones. And when I got to college, it was explained that those were installed to help combat sexual assault on campus. So to me, that just shows like a fundamental misunderstanding of how sexual assault works. They don't let you make a phone call. Did you guys think they were letting us make a phone call? But I would have loved to be in that brainstorm. We're trying to come up with ways to combat sexual assault on campus, and there's one woman in the room, and she's like, we could just expel students who assault other students. And then one of the guys in the room, he's a lot louder, and he's like, those are my friends. And then another guy's like, what if we have more phones? And there's just like a lack of phones. Both of those men are in Congress now. Democrats. I don't hate straight guys. I don't, despite their best efforts. I'm actually dating one right now. I'm in a relationship. Yeah. I'm in an open relationship. My boyfriend and I are very open. We broke up. It's about as open as it gets. And we did long distance New York to London for 5 years because he's British. So the day we broke up, I walked out of my apartment, I went over to the East River, and I just dumped a tea bag in there. Does it feel like the right thing to do? And being single when you're bisexual, it's like, really, no one? Sits out of everyone. And still no one. But it feels really different this time because I have zero interest in having casual sex with strangers. I'm just not casual sex girl, and it took me 34 years on this earth to admit that about myself. I fall in love with almost every single person I've ever had sex with. I put my entire self-worth and my life's happiness in their hands. And when they don't respond to a text from me, I go into a state of deep psychosis. Because women really come into their own as storytellers when we're waiting on a text back. Sabrina Carpenter's written like 3 albums about it. Casual sex is like religion. It'd be so cool if it was real. And I pretended to believe for a while, just in case. And I don't even know what the sex trends are now. Last time I was single, it was choking. Where do we go from there? Drowning? Having someone hit me with their car? Then I think about myself in my 20s getting choked by a stranger, drunk and probably on a weeknight. Being a woman in your 20s is a horror movie. And if there are any women here in their 20s, it gets better. Well, it doesn't get better. But you're more tired, so you make better choices. And I still dabble, of course, I'll backslide sometimes. I was hooking up with this guy, and I was giving him a hand job because I like to reference classics. And I was just doing my thing, I was going for it. And he just came. He didn't tell me. But I kind of liked it. It felt very, our next guest needs no introduction. Turn of the century almost. Like before they knew to smile in pictures. And that got me thinking, when did that start? When did men start announcing that they were going to come? Couldn't have been that long ago. There's no way men were going overseas and killing Nazis and then coming back and doing that. Like, Martha, Martha! I'm gonna come! That doesn't sound right. When I hook up with guys, I'm doing bits. Because I have to make it fun for me. Sex is for them, the bits are for me. So I have this bit that I do after I have sex with a guy. I'll straddle him and I'll look down and I'll say, I could put this pillow over your face right now and kill you. And then I laugh. I had sex with this guy who had a bunch of tattoos, and I just had a feeling I wasn't going to hear from him again because of the tattoos. And he wouldn't tell me what any of his tattoos meant, like he refused. So after we had sex, I turned to him and I said, well, I should probably know what your tattoos mean if I'm having your baby. I didn't hear from him. So I took matters into my own hands. I got an STD test, so I had an excuse to reach out. So I did that, I was patient, I got the test, got the results, I texted him, I said, hey, I got an STD test, results were negative, still pregnant though. And I did that for me. I'm reading a book called Radical Acceptance, Embracing Life with the Heart of a Buddha. So I'm doing good. It's a universal sign for someone that's doing good. And I just don't think it's fair that I have to reach spiritual enlightenment to function in a relationship. It's like, what's my future partner doing right now? Probably watching a YouTube compilation of someone else playing video games. Why? Why is that entertaining? Have you ever hooked up with someone that's so immature it actually feels predatory? All the women in here. The founder of Bumble said that she thinks the future of dating is you create an AI, and that goes on a date with someone else's AI, and you see if they're compatible. So now I think there should be less women in STEM. I think we may have overcorrected. I do date women as well. But if if I end up with a woman, then that's two crazy people living in the house. Because women are crazy. I think we need to embrace it more. We need to let it empower us. When men are crazy, they don't let it hold them back. When men are crazy, they like redraw congressional maps. I think we could be harnessing the crazy a bit more. I'll talk about that at the end. And crazy is a spectrum, of course. Like, you know how there's lowercase t trauma and capital T trauma? I think there's lowercase c crazy and capital C crazy. So I know this girl who ran into her crush on the sidewalk. So she lied and pretended to have a podcast so that she could sit down and interview him for 2 hours. Record it. And she considered that their first date. So that's obviously lowercase c crazy. And then capital C crazy, I guess the classic example is like faking a pregnancy. But then I'm like, I kind of want to hear her side of the story. Maybe it's a hilarious bit she was doing to a guy with tattoos. But men are not allowed to call us crazy. That's a slur because they don't use it right. Guys will be like, yeah, my girl's crazy. She'll like call me. She wants me to pick up. And girls are like, yeah, my guy's crazy. He like tried to kill my mom. But we got through it. She was being kind of mouthy that day. I know a lot of bisexual girls come to my shows. I want to start hosting bi-girl mixers where you can all meet and become friends but never hook up. Because bi-girls don't really want to date each other. Bi-girls only want to date straight guys who look gay and the scariest lesbians you've ever seen. And I get it. You haven't lived until you've been ghosted by a power lesbian in a fedora. That happened to me. She was so old. She was so old. She was so old that when she put her number in my phone, which I don't know why she bothered because she never texted me back, she actually filled in the birthday field. So now her birthday is permanently on my iCalendar. I can't remove it. Lisa, 48 this year. Congrats, that's a big one. Who here likes doggy? Clap if you like doggy style. Okay, for those of you that didn't clap, what do you do when you want sex to be over? You can DM me, I'm genuinely curious. My advice to queer businesses. People always ask me, Mary Beth, you're a comedian, what's your advice to queer businesses? And queer businesses are those little storefronts with like a pride flag and they sell like soaps and keychains and artisanal condiments. My advice to queer businesses, you have to be open sometimes. So I would love to engage in a transaction with you, but I'm not able to. I went to patronize a queer business in Brooklyn once. I got there, it was closed obviously because it was a Wednesday. And the hours on the door said Thursday to Monday, 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. My head was spinning. I was like, Monday comes first. I've never seen it written out like that. And I never did get to shop there, but now I manage my expectations. Like, I ordered a t-shirt online from this trans designer who I love, and I got an email about a week later saying that my t-shirt was going to be deleted, and I was like, oh, I never thought I was getting a t-shirt. Just wanted to support. But I do think I should be in charge of more things because I have really good ideas. There was a brief period last year where I was actually considering running for mayor of New York. I'm so glad I didn't have to because I really didn't feel like it. But I already thought through what I would do if I was mayor. So the first thing I would do if I'm mayor of New York City, I'm going to close Rikers, which is this really fucked up prison that we have. Second thing I'm going to do, I'm going to reopen the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory. As a gay club. You're on board, okay. If you missed that day in history, the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory was a garment factory in Lower Manhattan where women and children worked. We would have all been best friends working there. But they used to lock the workers in so they couldn't steal. And then one day in 1911, there was this huge fire and everyone that worked there died. So it's that space, but it's a gay club. Just picture picture it. You're at the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory. It's like a warehouse. You're dancing. You're on ketamine. Once per night, we do a smoke machine to honor those we lost. Next thing I would do if I was mayor, I want to host in New York City the Oppression Olympics. Because I'm sick of all the discourse. I want to know who really has it the worst. And I don't think white gay guys are going to be very happy. I love you guys. I can always tell when a gay guy is pure of heart. If he's not obsessed with me, then he's not pure of heart. But I'm not a gay guy trapped in a woman's body. I'm a woman trapped in a woman's body. If there was a gay guy in here, I think I'd be a lot happier. My first boyfriend was gay, and we remained close. I actually officiated his wedding. And he and his husband recently welcomed a new addition to their family. It's a boy named Luke. He's a 31-year-old photo editor. And they're happily in a throuple. I don't like to generalize queer people, but I think we can all agree that gay guys are horny. If gay men could conceive babies through butt stuff, the population wouldn't be declining. And they are doing the fucking work. Do you know how much prep goes into gay sex? And I don't just mean the pill they take that's literally called prep. They have to douche, they have to put a towel down, they have to find a remote location in the forest because their husband's home. He's cool with it, he just has a Zoom call at that time. Even lesbians, they just carry backpacks. If you see a girl at the club with a backpack, that's a lesbian and those are her tools. We'll have free backpack check at the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory. In solidarity. I just think straight sex could benefit from a few more steps, a few more moments of pause to decide if it's something you really want to do, because the stakes with straight sex are so much higher and we don't acknowledge that. If straight sex goes wrong, you could accidentally create human life. Remember that lamp? 18 years. If gay sex goes wrong, worst case, you have to change the fitted sheet. And if you laughed at that, then I know you've done anal. So. I do think communication in sex is important, and you have your go-tos, right? You have oh my god and you have oh fuck. Personally, I think if you're an oh my god, you kind of have to find an oh fuck. You can't have two oh my gods. Two people saying oh my god back and forth. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. That's not sex, that's an emergency. That's your toast just caught fire. And then two oh fucks. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. That's not sex. That's like if you're talking shit about someone and you check to see if you're sending them a voice note. And you are sending them a voice note. My goal with that joke is that next time any of you are having sex and one of you says it, you start laughing. And then you have to tell the person that you're having sex with, sorry, I was just thinking about Mary Beth. Are you an oh my god or no fuck? Oh fuck, and are you single? Oh my god. Your oh my god could be in here. It does feel very binary. It's sort of like the top and bottom thing for gay guys, which by the way, I love that gay men have decided the one way to offend them is to ask if they're a top or bottom. It's like, oh, sorry, you just asked to see a picture of my boyfriend's hard dick. And now we're Christian. Okay. You just told me a story about getting your butthole fingered in the hot tub at Lebain. But I crossed a line and I'm sorry. My sister-in-law was telling me a story about the bartender at her favorite bar down in Austin. He got fired for drinking on the job. He was taking 12 shots throughout his shift. And I was like, was he gay? And she was like, yeah, but why does that matter? And I was like, it actually couldn't matter more to the story. That's the difference between a comedy and a drama. If a straight man is taking 12 shots at work, that's the saddest story I've ever heard. That's Manchester by the Sea. You should get him the help he needs. If a gay guy's taking 12 shots at work, I'm like, invited to Thanksgiving. That sounds fun. My first gay guy ever was my mom's brother, my gay Uncle Greg. We just call him Uncle Greg. And he's so iconic. He came out in the 70s. He was at the very first Pride March ever. And he starts every text to me with, "Hey, diva." He speaks 7 languages, very eccentric. He would be played by Philip Seymour Hoffman in a movie, just to give you an idea of this person. And I don't know if anyone in here has elders who scroll on their iPhone like this. So this is how my Uncle Greg scrolls. Like he's about to blast off. And he's an excellent dinner guest because you truly never know what's going to come out of his mouth. We were at Christmas dinner this past year. 20 of us sat around the table at my parents' house, and my Uncle Greg looks at me and he goes, "Have you ever considered doing yourself up as Michael Jackson?" And then he said, "It wouldn't take much." But it wasn't shade. That question came into his head, so he said it out loud. And you kind of see it, right? I was between spray tans. I didn't even know how to begin to answer that question, so I was just like, no. Never thought of that. And I asked my Uncle Greg once, I was like, "How did you get out of going to Vietnam?" It's a fun question to ask old guys, to bond with them. And he said he had to go down to City Hall in New York and write on a piece of paper 3 times, "I am a practicing homosexual." And then he didn't have to go. So now I think British actors should have to do that before they take gay roles. Josh O'Connor, 2 more times. Andrew Garfield, let's see it. Daniel Day-Lewis. I didn't forget you played Lincoln. That's another joke I couldn't really post online. The comments would be like, "Oh, so you're policing people's sexuality?" Well, someone should. Guess that has to be me. And posting online isn't all bad. Sometimes I post things online and actually learn. So I have this theory that there's 2 types of white dads. You either have a white dad that cares how you load the dishwasher, or you have a white dad that cheats on your mom. Posted that online, the comment section went crazy. Turns out a lot of white dads are cheating. And I got a bunch of comments that said, well, there's a 3rd type of white dad, autistic. To me, that falls under dishwasher dad. If a man has little projects, he's not stepping out on his woman. And then I got just a few comments that said, well, my dad is a cheater, but my stepdad is a dishwasher dad. Isn't that sweet? Second chances at rubber meal. My dad was solidly a dishwasher dad. My parents had 6 kids, and they were married for 51 years. Great for them, a bit of a missed opportunity for me, because I would have done amazing work as someone's bitchy teenage stepdaughter. Like, watch this. Rebecca! You are not my dad. Now give me $100. Thank you. Yeah, the Chanel never came through. And my dad died last year, which I'm still heartbroken over because I loved him so much. I was so proud that he was my dad. He was a surgeon, son of an immigrant from Italy, not like a real one. And I'm being told that because we had a great relationship and he died, I now get to be a psycho for 1 full year. That's a reward. When you have a bad relationship with your dad, you get to be a psycho your whole life. So I just get the 1 year, but I keep deferring because I don't know what I want to do. Drug habit's too easy. My slut years are behind me, and I didn't even need an excuse for that. So I'm looking for inspiration. I saw an ad. There was a woman. She had a tattoo right here. For 1 split second, I was like, maybe it's a pussy tattoo. Or I've been really compelled to comment on my ex's Instagram, "You have no integrity." Can you imagine if you saw that? An actor posts a carousel from a photo shoot, and in the comments, "You have no integrity." No punctuation, no capitalization. It's not the British ex either. Ugh, I can't tell you who it is, but I really want to. When you see the comment, you'll know. And then my year of being a psycho has begun. So many bad men are still alive, but my dad had to die. Woody Allen is 90. J.K. Rowling? I hate his books. So wrong. Joe Biden. That bag of bones outlived my dad. And do you know how many genocides my dad helped fund? 0. Some of my friends still have their grandparents. I'm like, don't come to me with that shit. If your grandparent dies when you're in your 30s, you should be at work the next day. You had enough time. I do think the most important relationship in a young woman's life is the one with her dad. But there's another very telling, very formative relationship that we don't talk about as a culture, and that is a young woman's relationship with her ex-best friend. Did you hear that? She's in your mind. I really want to tell the story of my falling out with my ex-best friend, but because I did everything right and nothing wrong, it just sounds like I'm being mean. So instead, what I've been doing, I've been asking if anyone here at the show wants to share the story of their falling out with their ex-best friend, and I will tell you definitively if you're right or wrong. So I heard hundreds of these stories, and these wounds run very deep. One girl got the mic, she told a 20-minute story that involved Hurricane Sandy and Hobby Lobby. And then she told me her ex-best friend's name was Anastasia. And I was like, well, I don't want to victim blame, but if you meet a girl named Anastasia, you make her your best friend, you kind of have it coming. One girl in Pittsburgh, she was catfished by her best friend for a full year. The best friend pretended to be a boy from another school. And the way she figured it out, she went in her best friend's Google search history, and the first thing was, how to tell my best friend I've been catfishing her. The second thing was, how do I know if I'm a lesbian? And the third one was, fedoras in my area. We are going to ask if anyone here wants to share the story, just to see. So is anyone in the first... Oh, I saw a hand. Actually, let's do this one right here. Look at this hot guy that's bringing a microphone. Okay, what's your name?
My name's Grace.
What happened?
So it all went down in 2019. We were best friends for 20 years. And you know when you're like BFFs for 20 years and then it's like kind of gay at that point a little bit?
There's a moment in every 20-year female-to-female friendship where you say, are we fucking or not?
Let's just say she knew me. She knew me well. And my mom passed away in 2018. And I like fell into a depression for like a year.
Yeah, when moms die, you have to be depressed for a year. Dads, it's psycho. It's a bit more fun.
Yeah, so I was like super depressed, wasn't really responding to texts. I mean, like even more so than usual. Like I'm a bad texter.
Doesn't bode well for if you're right or wrong, but
we were going to Coachella weekend one. I was like people pleasing, like trying to be a good friend. My mom died. I was still sad. So right after we decided, we like got tickets to Coachella weekend one, and then my boyfriend surprises me with a card. And he was like there with me when my mom passed away, like literally there, like watched her pass away. Yeah. Yes. Give it up for him. Yes.
What a king.
Mensch.
Are you still with him?
I am.
Okay.
My boyfriend surprises me with a card, and he's like, I'm going to run the Boston Marathon and raise $10,000 for ALS. It's the same weekend as Coachella. Like, it's Marathon Monday in Boston, and Coachella was like the same weekend.
Can I just say, surprising someone with a card that says, I'm running a marathon, is one of the worst surprises I could possibly think of.
I love a grand gesture, like, I don't know, I'm straight, so, like, except for the friend thing.
So you told your best friend, I'm sorry to say, unfortunately, I cannot go to Coachella weekend one.
Weekend one, but I will go weekend two. We can just simply sell the tickets and go weekend two. She's like, I want to go weekend one, because, like, that's when all the celebrities go and stuff. So she was like,
so she has a bad heart.
Yeah.
She's a dark energy.
It's very dark energy. So basically, like, we had a falling out after that, and she sent me, ironically, because you know I hate texting, she sent me like a 30-page text breakup.
After that, you just didn't speak at all.
Literally didn't speak. I was crying, and I will say she was a loyal friend for 20 years.
Okay. you offered a compromise, which was to go to Coachella weekend too, which is more than fair. And maybe she was harboring some resentments, but like also your mom died. So I think in this situation, I do believe that you were in the right. Because you have to honor your relationship, but it sounds to me like there could be a reconciliation in your future. That's what it feels like. Maybe not over text, right?
Definitely not.
Maybe you could send an email or a gesture like that. Just be careful with reconciling. I tried to reconcile with my ex-best friend. We hadn't spoken in 8 years, and then we FaceTimed on January 1st, 2020. A lot of people think that's actually what caused the COVID-19 pandemic. So just tread lightly. Because I think there's still some love on the table on this one. Do you feel that? What's her first name?
Her name's Tatiana Natalia.
Should have led with that.
She's from Belarus.
No, totally. Thank you, Grace, for sharing. That's beautiful. Wow. Are there any porn addicts here? There's no straight guys here? Straight guys love porn. I was actually stuck in a conversation with a straight guy, so I just asked him, like, what type of porn do you watch? Because that's kind of the how did you get out of going to Vietnam of our generation. There's always a story there. And he told me he likes to go on Pornhub and type in hot girls, which I thought was pretty wholesome. Then he turned the question back to me. He asked me what type of porn I watch. I watch sporting porn. I love sporting porn. It's genre bending. It's action. It's comedy. It's got a little something for everyone. Then he asked me a follow-up question, which I was pretty impressed. That's 2 questions. He said, do you think sport is pee? And I was like, how do I not know? Could we get like one scientist to look into it for one day? But when I was touring, I did this joke at a show, and this girl was like, it's pee, I know it's pee. And I was like, how? And she was like, I read the study. So I looked it up. It turns out Japanese scientists found 5 squirters. I didn't know 5 people could be a study. It turns out I've also done a study. Japanese scientists found these 5 squirters, made them squirt, filmed it for some reason, and then they tested the squirt. And what they found was that it is pee, but it's not just pee. And the other stuff, they don't know what it is or where it comes from. So that was when I learned that squirting porn is also science fiction. It's pretty cool. I was hooking up with this guy for a few months who was really self-righteous about the fact that he didn't watch porn, and I was like, oh, so what do you do when you're jerking off? And he said, I like to go on Reddit and look at pictures of naked people having sex. I didn't have the heart to tell him. Walking around with this galaxy brain, I am plagued by many deep and philosophical questions. You've all heard the one that's like, if you had a time machine, would you go back and kill baby Hitler? But I think so much has happened since then. We need a modern adaptation of the question. So now I think it's, if you had a time machine, would you go back and have sex with Mark Zuckerberg to prevent him from inventing the Facebook? So would you? Would you have sex with Mark Zuckerberg?
No.
No. Typical white liberal. I would volunteer myself, but I think if I had sex with Mark Zuckerberg, he would invent something worse. I don't want to find out what that would be. And there's a lot of pressure on comedians to like use our platform responsibly. So I get DMs all the time like, why aren't you posting more about the environment? Why aren't you posting more about the genocide? Why aren't you posting more about Wicked? It's like, sorry, I'm reading a study on squirting. Then I'll post. I think we're moving forward. I know sometimes it doesn't feel like that, but it's the little things you notice. Because I was a child of the 90s, and when I was a kid, society had sort of decided that the most embarrassing job a person could have was to work at McDonald's. Which is not even embarrassing, but back then it was like, oh, what are you going to do? Go work at McDonald's? Flip burgers? They'll hire anyone. And I think we're moving forward because I truly believe in 2026, the most embarrassing job a person could have is being a police officer. If someone tells me they're a cop, I'm like, what? You know, no strippers dress up as you, right? And the cops will hire anyone. But I have to give credit where credit is due. Cops are good at two things. First, killing people, obviously. And the second is merch. Wow. The NYPD has some fabulous merch. You can actually buy NYPD merch at any New York airport. Like it's a sports team. There are teens in France walking around with NYPD t-shirts. So I think if we want to abolish the police, we need that type of footprint. So I'm planning to open a queer abolitionist t-shirt shop. We're open Tuesdays and Thursdays from 1 a.m. to 6 a.m. And I hope we can count on your business. I don't do impressions and I don't do physical comedy, but tonight I will be doing my impression of a pussy in a denim romper. This is a pussy in a denim romper. Let me out! I can't breathe! Democrats don't have a plan. And I talked about it before. I used to be a Republican, and I will say I miss winning. Republicans always have a plan. Did you see Project 2025? That shit was airtight. That shit was like a pussy in a denim romper. And it just sucks that Republicans only care about making billionaires richer and protecting pedophiles and taking away people's health care. If they actually wanted to make America great, we would live in utopia. They're so good at manipulating laws. And then Democrats are like, we don't know any laws. Are they written down anywhere? Democrats are trying to fight fascism with the Jiffy keyboard. And I know we need better candidates. And we all really need to vote. That should go without saying. But some of you didn't. Some of you didn't vote. I'm looking at all the blonde people in here. Need to expect more. And I am also starting a grassroots movement to win the next election. So this is something that every single woman in this room can participate in. And hey, gay guys too, come on, let's be helpful for once. So, I know when you see a guy on a dating app whose political views are listed as moderate, you usually just keep swiping. Because moderate, of course, just means Republican. But we really need the votes. So I'm going to need you to start matching with these guys. I need you to go on dates with them. And I'm going to need you to have sex with them. And then I need you to start sending them articles from a left-leaning publication, if you can find one. And it's not going to be fun. I know they're going to be wearing really ugly pants. You're going to have to listen to them talk about like free markets or whatever the hell they believe in. But we have to radicalize these moderates. And I did the math. If every single woman has sex with about 1,000 moderates, we might be able to win this thing. So my fellow Americans, I want you to ask not what your country can do for you, but what your cunt can do for your country. Thank you all so much. That's the show.
understand the nation if you don't look at all the challenges the nation has faced. A great nation doesn't hide from its past, but looks at it, learns from it, and has been made better by that past.
The American Revolution was really a key turning point for all of human history.
It is brutal, it is ugly, it's American against American. It's a struggle within ourselves for the very soul of who we are.
They saw the tyranny of monarchy, and they wanted nothing to do with it. They had such a deep conviction about independence that they were willing to step forward and risk everything.
Our citizens were fighting for independence and this radical idea at the time that sovereignty lies with the people.
They use the word experiment because it's unclear if it's going to work. This is a leap of faith into the unknown.
Could a government based on the people without a king survive?
The role of government is to defend liberty. We become a republic because Washington refuses to be king.
We were a nation founded on ideals that are about liberty and freedom.
Why do millions of people from all over the world come to America? Because here anybody can become anything.
The American experiment is democracy.
The original debates among the framers are more relevant than they've been at any point in my lifetime.
This is a pivotal moment to choose. Who do we want to be? Are we for some of us? Or are we for all of us?
Just watching Aug4 ambulance. Unconscious vessel on the 22 King Road.
That's it. Okay, stay back there, please. Mr. King, I think we have a homicide. Two hostage people very close to be deceased. Lots of blood. Police department, if you're in here, down for help. We're on third floor going up. We got an additional deceased on the third floor. Maybe we have 4 deceased.
In your 20s, the world is really at your fingertips. College is a special bubble.
Hi, my name is Dana Kernodle.
Even straight, baby?
Kaylee Gonzalez. Say hi, Maddie. Maddie and Kaylee are like sisters. Dana and Eden were so cute together, just made a lot of sense.
I can only imagine what was going through their minds. I would have never believed what occurred at that house that night.
That was absolutely horrific.
They told me to go down to the police station. And yet something bad happened. All kinds of questions go through your mind. How? Who? Why? What happened?
We were waiting for an arrest. There was no information. We had 1,000 questions.
We were open, everybody left and Kaylee to go to the club.
This individual, all of them.
She got picked up in a silver today. Real size 13.5 shoe coming and going. There's some dried blood on the scene.
I heard her scream as she saw someone. Why are these kids in this house? I heard on the radio there was a crash. I know. They're not telling us anything.
Someone said Carson's up, please. I was told to search for survivors.
The jumbo jet crashed on the town of Lockerbie in the Scottish border. Flight number 103 from London Heathrow to Kennedy.
I know there's a lot going on. Mark where bodies are found. Do not move anything. You do not need to move. Priority is preserving the scene. How can I help?
We just want to know what's happened to our son.
Nearly 200 Americans lost their lives. We need the black box to tell us how.
This was deliberate. This whole thing's a massive audition.
Pilot never saw it coming.
21 countries have lost citizens in this attack, so inevitably it will require an international effort.
Let's pull together a full factual on this plane. Flying hours, pilot history, whatever we can get. What do you think? Is it a bomb?
Does this mean the bomber was a passenger?
What we know is definitely what we can prove. But the investigation continues. Has anyone called to take credit? Until we catch who's responsible, let's just say it won't happen again.
Family should have been protected and prioritized from the start. I'm going to do everything that I can to help.
This was an act of war. And now we have to find out who we're fighting. You see, you're ahead of them. Trust me, they're ahead of you.
Do you have an appointment, sir?
No appointment, but I know who put the bomb on Pen M103.
My name is David Burrows. I'm currently serving a life sentence for killing a little boy. The thing is, I didn't do it.
I need to show you something. I think Matthew's alive.
Matthew's out. Hold on, I'll find it. Bring him home.
When did you decide to break out of prison?
It just happened.
Kind of just happened? That doesn't really. Okay.
You guys think he had an accomplice?
We had more than one.
Whoever kidnapped Matt,
They are not going to stop. You're being hunted. Ask yourself, what are you going to sacrifice? Anything.
You have no idea who these people are. We never should have come here for us.
If Matthew is still alive, someone else is behind everything. And they're still out there.
Who was my son? Don't ask questions that you don't want the answers to.
I'm asking you to just
You need to know the truth.
one day. It does.
You might remember this story with a twisted plot, a strange and violent stalking case.
a jealous wife, romantic rivals, blackmail.
I wish everyone would just tell the truth. Ian always wanted to be married and he wanted to have kids. Angela wanted the same things.
The smile alone, I mean, the smile was killer. She was just a sweetheart. 2-3 weeks go by, I'd post her.
But then Ian tells me that Angela's been receiving these emails from someone called Lilith is Truth.
Crazy, threatening, violent. I'm going to kill you email.
They have this biblical undertone. We were thinking the exact same thing. Holy, it's his ex, Michelle.
I do not hate Michelle. I have never hated Michelle. I just wanted her out of my life.
It slowly ratchets its way up.
She's been at my work. She knows what I look like.
She told me she wished she could burn this whole down.
And then something unbelievable happened.
911, what is the emergency? Somebody, your purple honey, somebody just spoke about your dad.
I started to question what her motive was.
There's so much deception and so much dishonesty. It seems like I've been sleeping with you.
We had an obligation to go back, to look at the case again.
I don't know if anything that I know about her is true.
Who is Lilith? That's the question.
I have never felt fear like that before.
Who's impersonating whom, pretending to be whom? I've never seen anything like this.
You don't know anything about my story. Well, look what the cat dragged in. This is the new one.
Come on. Best be different.
May the Lord open.
No matter what.
Praise be to you. May God make me truly worthy.
Right. Well, good.
Nice to meet you.
You too.
Kat, I want to see as little of you as possible. Do you understand?
Yes, yes, Mrs. Waterford.
He is my husband until death do us part. Don't get any ideas. If I get trouble, believe me, I will give trouble back.
Hi, Elise.
Promise to love you.
I must still love you.
Promise to respect you, Marcus.
I must respect you, Marcus.
For the rest of my life.
You still haven't learned that you won't find a husband here for the rest of my life. You still haven't learned that you won't find a husband here.
Elise, I want you to be mine. Exclusively.
What is this place?
Our house. A new life for us.
His family, what is it? His mother's kind. Father barely speaks at all. And Marcus, oh, he's been so sweet.
Good to have a companion. And you found someone that you can start to build a family with.
It's your doctor appointment, not mine. You're the one having trouble. Where did you work, Elise?
It was our secret. I've been exposed.
Apparently. Is that big car outside your door, Elise? Figure you must have already gone. Hard.
Sweetheart, you said you don't burn everything that you fought so steadily to protect.
Hey, what have I done? You promised that he'd be different.
You're hysterical.
He's having a reunion next week. You don't control me.
Marcus is a psychiatrist.
Finish it off, Lizzie. I am the wife in this house. Don't try to touch my daughter. Forever.
Today we're watching Argentina and Spain in the World Cup final. We're in Las Vegas, Nevada at the Mirage Mega Mansion. The guys in this house have made millions of dollars on prediction markets, probably 8 figures just over the course of the World Cup.
I like betting on Town Street. Pretty up boys market. I put $5,000 on Spain to win the whole thing. If Argentina wins, I'll be on 30,000. Like when you wake up, you gotta put on your lucky underwear, eat like a good loved meal, listen to your favorite song, take a deep breath, say a prayer.
I think prediction markets are low to taking over the world.
This is Mr. Jackson's main area. Are there any secret rooms? Police, right now, searching Michael Jackson's Neverland Ranch. This is part of an ongoing investigation.
He's the most famous man in the world, being accused of the most heinous crime in the world.
Arrest warrant for Mr. Jackson has been issued on multiple counts of child molestation. Michael Jackson's trial has finally begun.
I walked into what looked like a circus.
Michael said, how do innocent people leave the courthouse? They let the whole world see them.
This was a man who was unique in his talent, skill, and accomplishment, and unique in his victimization of children. When the supposed victim was on the stand, the thing that struck me was, wow, he's just a kid.
It was very moving testimony. It really got to me. He lured young boys to Neverland.
The kids knew the combination to the Bedroom Suite. The mother didn't.
The defense said Michael Jackson loves children. It's all been misconstrued.
It was our opinion that they began to come up with these allegations to get a payday.
Testimony keeps on coming.
Some can call the allegations absolutely ridiculous. I was juror number 8. What has to be proven is beyond a reasonable doubt. Can you doubt that happened?
Michael was scared to death.
I knew we were watching the potential demise of a superstar.
I found the smoking gun. I believed Michael was innocent, and we were going to prove it.
Is he guilty or is he not guilty? Finally, we're going to get some answers. Please keep an open mind and let me have my day in court.
She just kept saying, you don't love me, or you don't love me.
Well, you did reassure her, right?
Yes. She's convinced that I'm not attracted to her, so she's fat after having a baby.
Are you attracted to her?
Of course. I was just spent. My tank was empty because I had been with you all day. The thing is, she never initiates. We haven't had sex since before Bethany was born, so for her to make a move and to be rebuffed, just
What are you gonna do?
Kenny, I think we should end it.
Us end it? Us? No. What? What? No, but now you're being unfair. But stop. Do not. No. Do not leave. You cannot just nudge another person in their emotions. Do not touch me ever.
He was 6'5" and had dimples. I swiped on him and he messaged me back.
I told my friend I'm gonna give him my number.
People really liked him on the show. He's portrayed as a very likable country boy. He was a total package.
I was like, what? This is like fairy tale stuff.
Looking back, there were so many red flags. Scott definitely changed. He left 27 voicemails on my phone that day. I came across mugshots. This guy that I'm dating is a felon. Lies upon lies upon lies. He used the children to manipulate me. He would threaten to kill my dog. I was like,
Who are you? Like, what is happening right now?
this girl can be crazy and you don't know what she would do. She said, you don't leave until I tell you you can leave. And then she gave me a hug and said, you know I love you. You know I wouldn't do anything to you.
Let's locate the victim before this turns into a homicide. Blood's on the door, all over the road.
This was someone doing anything they could to cause pain.
I could not get away from him. Despite these awful allegations, he still had a growing fan base. He just kept thinking that I'm untouchable. He had lied about so much. I had every reason not to believe him. But I did anyway. Because I was completely in love with him.
I Billy Kimber. I run the races, and you fixed one of them, so I'm going to have you shot against the post.
Mr. Kimber. Because that is
my name is. It's from the Lee family. You were all football to Lee's mistaken, but am I right? The Lees are attacking your bookies and taking your money. Your men can't control them. You need help.
Perhaps we should listen to what Mr. Shelby has to say.
Tell me, Mr. Ingalls, what brought you to this land?
A fresh start for my family.
This will be our new forever.
Welcome to independence, Mr. Ingalls.
There's no post office, no church, no school.
Everything.
So small.
But we wanted it to be the beginning of something. We're building a house nearby. They were neighbors.
Would you be careful if I were you?
It's not a pre-back slang at all. I can't have strangers walking into my house uninvited. I think they'd say the same thing. I've seen entire families freeze to death out here. Get taken by fever, wolves. It is a myth. Like men can make it out here alone.
We have to go back.
What about was wrong? That isn't better here.
More chaos. This is where we finally become. But we were meant to be. How will we ever know till we try?
Imagine you fall in love with someone who made you feel accepted, wanted, seen, who made you feel whole and loved and special. And you are just so happy. And then they say to you, I've done a horrible, horrible thing. Something so vile. It flips your entire world upside down.
Police rescue teams are searching for a man who's been missing for more than a week. There was not a single trace of him alive ever again. He's effectively disappeared into thin air.
To remain in love, you have to keep this secret that you know is going to destroy you. But if you reveal it, then you destroy everything. I mean, what would you do